Evening all. But yes, no, I was not struggling with fainting in the shower this time. I'm no longer on my fast, and I'm back on calories, so we're good. But yeah, hair, serious business. I always get super thirsty after showers though. Thank you. Yeah, I have two of these shirts. One of them fits and one of them doesn't, but they're both in the wardrobe, so it's like it's always 50-50 as to which one I pull out. Good to see you too, Festus. So, tonight, I fancied doing a bit of work on the bridge. I've had a few ideas whilst we've been doing some testing over the past few days. I wanted to... Oh, you can't see what I'm doing, can you? That would help. I've been looking at the overall just layout around the back there, and I think what I'm going to do is split the carpet into segments, and I'll make those segments equally in line with where the balustrades are. I mean, it's already split into equal segments as you go around. So what I'm going to do is just have the wooden trim just come out a little bit like that on these kind of axis points, which kind of helps kind of sell where the balustrade's being bolted to. Which means these bits of carpet will be separate rather than one solid piece like they are now. It's just another one of those jobs that needs doing. We can't have them be damageable and removable unless they're separate objects. And that will help us kind of pave the way for positioning the alcove hardware properly so it's in the right spot. And I think it needs to move to the left ever so slightly. I was hoping to line it up with this gap in the railing, but it's going to probably have to move over just a bit more to be slightly more central. But we'll keep fudging it left and right and see where it ends up. Yeah, and we'll see how we get on with that. Just trying to move some of the ceiling bits into a different layer so they're out of the way. Yeah, so that is the plan. Good one, AJ. It is the ever so childish, but also endlessly hilarious phrase, "That's what she said." I can't think what else to call them, to be honest, Team Ready. Alcoves seem to be the... Yeah. It's an alcove. I don't know what else to call it. What would you call it? I may or may not have been watching what Mock the Week on our screen. Oh no, the bridge wings would have been bits that stick out the side. So on a modern cruise or any kind of ship really. Hang on, let's find it. Yeah, so on modern naval vessels, and probably older ones too, you've got bits that stick out either side called the bridge wings, and they are there for navigating the ship in port. So the whole point of a bridge wing is it allows you full visibility all the way down the side of the vessel, which you wouldn't get from the front. So if there weren't any side windows, you wouldn't see what's going on behind you. So I liked the idea of having similar bridge wings on our bridge, because right now when you're on the bridge, there's literally no way of seeing behind the ship. So if we had a bit that stuck out the side, then we could look backwards, see what the engines are doing, and just, you know, have that physical visibility of more of the vessel. But any which way I've tried it, it's ended up looking stupid. So I think I'm going to reserve that for one of the improvements we make for the Pathfinder class, so that the bridge on the Pathfinder has better all-around visibility than the Magellan bridge. Again, the Magellan is supposed to be the prototype, so it's supposed to be a little bit awkward in some ways because it gives us something we can fix for the Pathfinder. Yeah, the problem with, I mean, cameras and screens, yes, but they are really costly to render. Any kind of video screen requires writing to a render target, and yeah, they're costly, so avoid it if possible. But yeah, so in terms of the layout of this, I think I definitely want to move them so that they are more central to this section, but we do have a limitation of where the wall is here. So you can see there that we've got a bit sticking through. And that's not necessarily the end of the world, because we can angle this piece here, so this doesn't need to be in flat like that. So rather than having it practically 90 degrees, we could have a 45-degree angle across there, which would limit some of the protrusion that we're having. But yeah, we will mess about with it and see what we end up with. I'm also segmenting these sections as well, roughly in line with where these segments are, so that segment break there should be exactly in the middle of these two, and so on and so on. But that said, we want that as a solid panel there, because that's where the electrical hardware is going to be on this side, and on this side we're going to turn that into a weapons locker. So this cavity in the wall here, if I can get the camera in there, yeah, so we've got this, all this space here is going to be a weapons locker, which will have a door on there to access it. But yeah, so I think we'll start off with doing the floor, get that split into segments, because then we'll have a clearer idea of what's going to look the best in terms of where exactly this is located, and then that needs curving as well. So rather than being a straight console like this, it'll be a curved console, because when we do the widget panels we can actually make them curved, which will be quite nice. Just making it a lot more smooth and organic, and more fitting the design that we have on the bridge. At some point these consoles here also need redoing. Like this one's fine. I think it might need making bigger a little bit, and the base needs improving, but generally speaking that's the sort of design language we're going for, with the kind of yacht aesthetic with the wooden trim and that sort of thing. These ones are a bit chunky and a bit too big for what we want, and also not big enough in terms of the screen. So I think we'll make the screen bigger, maybe make them a bit less chunky, and just generally just improve the aesthetic overall. I don't think we'll get onto those tonight, but let's see how far we get with the alcoves. Yeah, we could just give the captain a step ladder and he can just like look out these windows here, but then again there's not a huge amount of visibility, and Yeah, I mean, technically we could maybe have something on the roof, but I will at some point put some windows at the top there, because where we've got the balcony in the lounge, that little balcony that goes around the front is kind of pointless and doesn't really lead anywhere or do anything. But if we put windows above it, that kind of opens that up as well. I might actually split these across the middle there, so we've got two sets of windows. So we've got a lower set of windows for the lounge, and then a higher set that in line with the balcony that go up further, so that when you're on the balcony you can actually see backwards properly without this being in the way. But again, that's a future problem. But our first job is to take this piece. So as you can see, again, this is one giant piece of geometry which really needs splitting up into separate pieces. So we'll do that, and then we can start working on those sections of flooring as actual usable sections, and then that will give us our lines in the floor for lining that up. Yes, sitting in the VIP lounge, that's going to be, especially the balcony bit, sitting on the little sofas up there, definitely something that's very much on the future to-do list. Now, I'm assuming I've used the same number of segments all the way around on here. Looks like I probably did. Okay, so if we grab bottom bit, I know it's on that one. Does it go all the way around? Almost. Yeah, that the ability to go to third-person view anywhere is going to stay, because we had it restricted to the helm chair before, but it was just too restrictive just having it on the helm. So we're not adding any particular lore reason as to why you can see the ship from the outside. We're just having it as a gameplay camera view. We're not trying to explain it for anything. Well, funnily enough, the paid API version does say says it supports live streaming, but I haven't tried it yet. So we're currently just using the free one just to test it. But if it does as it promises, then yeah, we should have the ability to live stream. It definitely does work. We were testing it last night. Although right now in multiplayer, the client can initiate the playing of a video, but only the host can see it. Or if you're playing single player, it should be fine. Which is weird because the whole thing is being chained off of a rep notify, and I've set it to always relevant, so I don't know why it's deciding not to work. But there you go. Just measuring things a minute. So if we measure that to there, to there. Interesting. I think when I measured this the first time round, I've obviously measured the carpet to be 200 centimeters, but I'm not sure what measurement I used for this. I think I just picked something arbitrarily. I'll make that a little bit better. I suppose what we don't want is, like, when you're entering the bridge, you don't necessarily want to be a big join in the carpet right in front of the door. It would be preferable to have that either side instead. So I'm wondering whether we make that one piece, although it is supposed to be plating that you can pull up, so perhaps we'll just have to maybe offset it by half a segment. Yeah, that might work. which means there would be a join there, join there, and a join there, which actually kind of works. So 15 degrees there. 30 degrees there. Hang on, let's get rid of these bits. Right, 15 there. 30 there. Yep, and we're still in line with that. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8. And then the same on the other side. So it's a curve of 16 segments across there. So I think what I'll do is I'll have a little bit of a... See, I was going to do a little bump there where that is. I think I might probably still do that actually. Line it up with the balustrade. Seems to be more fitting. So where we've got that bit that goes out like that, we'll just have another little bit there. And then we'll do the joins offset between them. So that's that one. Actually, let's component that up a minute. So 30 degrees times 5 times 10. Which means, so if we were to line this up nicely with the paneling and everything, then the way that this is aligned would have to be aligned to this curve here. In fact, I think I will go ahead and do that. We can't really because of where the consoles are here. the stepped arrangement of the bridge is genuinely quite awkward. The whole idea is that the holo display is something that you're constantly walking around and interacting with physically. So rather than spending your entire command time sat down, you're supposed to be up and about, interacting with it, working with it. But having this step go around is like a crazy trip hazard. I would imagine captains moaning about it all the time. So at some point we might change that to a little slope instead, rather than a trip hazard. But yes, not anytime soon. Well, we've already started the star system creation tool. It's one of those things where there's only so many hours in a day, and there's only so much I can work on at any one time. I'll have a look for sure. Right, so if we realign this with that point there, that's now aligned precisely with segmentation. And then we will curve it as well. So curving it means that it's not going to protrude through the wall. Let's just see how badly that is protruding already. Where's the bridge framework gone? Yeah, so we're still alright there. We're still sticking through a tiny bit. I mean, it's not terrible. I think we're going to get away with it. But yeah, but this entire console needs to be curved. It's just a question of how curved, and is making it curved going to mess up the seating arrangement. We don't want them kind of back to back too much. This is the big ship. So it's that big. Let's just actually measure the wall end point so we know where our maximum limits are. Yes, I guess we're talking about there. that's basically the hard line that we cannot cross, because then we're interfering with the ship's external framework. So right now we are like on the limit. Yeah, so I guess so if we were to go with that as a distance, I'm just trying to just get my head around how much like foot room, leg room we need. Hang on, is that the right height? I don't think it is. Okay, so we'll make that a flat 1015. Because who likes dealing with decimals? So that gives us a curve that looks something like that. Yeah, so even if we're curving it, we're not going to be saving a lot of space, but I suppose that is where the front's going to be, so that will curve that around a bit more. So if we take that from the bottom then. Don't think that was measuring exactly to the middle, which doesn't help. Let's try that again. That's better. Right, so the back of the console, if we were following that line, would be there, not there. And per screen is 1.5 meters. Okay. Actual height needs to be there. So that's the vertical face that we'll be embedding the screens into. That does give us a fair bit of room. So I guess we're talking about probably up to at least there, each side. Because what we want to do is build the framework, the interior framework section, and by that I mean this bit, because each, I suppose you can see better on this side, the external skin of the ship is split into two layers. So you've got this cavity in the middle, and this cavity is what we fill with the insulation. It's where pipes and things go. So you've got this 1/2 meter's worth of cavity all around the ship. So this internal sheet is what all the wall panels get attached to. So we need a vertical version of that comes around here behind this. So that needs tying into the diagonal bit that's going to go through there. So we'll end up with, well, about that much worth of wasted space behind the consoles, but I think that's a worthy waste of space to end up with a design which is just visually a lot more appealing. And again, we can use wasted space like that for things like air tanks. So going again with the concept that every room is a pressure vessel and has its own limited oxygen supply, we can stash those oxygen canisters in this cavity behind there. I've gone out drink again. Breathing and drinking, not two things you should do at once. Yeah, definitely. So we've got the line of the wall that comes around there. And I think, yeah, the easiest way to reconcile this is probably going to be to do that diagonal across. So, on that note, if we just grab a copy of all the vertical faces, yeah. Because the goal here was to treat the alcove section basically identically to the interior door here. So we've got like a little bit of an indentation, and then we build our detail into that indentation. So we just pop that back in, and then we can duplicate that. Just making sure it's absolutely definitely in the middle. Because if we're not rotating it around the exact middle, then things don't line up straight. so the question then becomes, if we are indenting this by, actually how much are we indenting it by? 78.5 centimeters. And we just need to work out where the edge of the screen is going to go, and then where we're going to draw our line across. So we've definitely got space enough around there. So if we were to go, in fact, why don't we? If we, oh, wrong button. It's not going to let me do that unless I break the ring. Right. So from there to there. Probably about there, and the same on that side. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That kind of middles it there. So segment 2, segment. See, my need for symmetry wants to line it up to there so that it's directly in the middle of this overall alcove, in the same way that the door is in the middle here. Symmetry wise, I'd want to line it up to there, but I just don't think we're going to have the room for that because of this sloping wall through here. I think we're just going to run out of space. So it's going to have to be like one segment over, which will always annoy me for the rest of time, but I don't think we can avoid it. So we make that 45, and maybe just slightly less than 45. Oh, Sophie, thank you. Very much appreciated. Just wondering actually whether we go one bit wider, because then we've got enough room to round off the edge without it kind of interfering with the screen. Actually, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So the middle would be there. So that's where the chair would be. Yeah, let's make it just one segment wider. Just so we've got a little bit more room to play with. Yeah, so that becomes the alcove. Although, that said, that is taking us very close to this edge now, so if we were to copy this round, yeah, so from the bridge interior perspective, you're going to see basically this sort of arrangement with obviously the alcove in there, and it'll have the same kind of paneling that goes around. But we can't have it come too far this way, because then we're messing with this bit. So I'd like this side and this side to remain equal the way they are. So we need to have maybe that come out there and then just flow around. Which maybe means more severe of a angle like that, perhaps. Oops. Forgot we weren't on that group. Yeah, because at least then we're preserving a little bit of this face. Let's draw the screens in a minute and see just how much space they take up. So if we are saying that that's the internal face, so that can go. Okay, so right, where's the middle? So that's the middle there. Let's use this. So they can't go there exactly, because once we add the width of the screen and the chairs, I think we're probably going to be a little bit on the wide side. Maybe actually. Maybe, maybe not. So we know we want our screen to be 150 wide. So is that even lined up? No, it's not there. So we move the inside to there instead. so if the chairs are going on these lines, with that being the middle, then we would need, let's just do our angle on that a minute. So 90 degrees there, 90 degrees there. So we'd want 75 that way to give us our 150. So that would be our screen that would go there. To be honest, it's not even that curved in the grand scheme of things. We'd have another screen that would go there. Yeah, so they're actually, even if we measure to there, they're slightly further apart than they were before. So what if we were to do it closer together? If we do that, then we can preserve more of the face over here and make the alcove just that little bit smaller. Although not too small, because we want to preserve a bit of detail there if possible. So that's our screen. Okay, so that places them ever so slightly closer together compared to before. Guess we might need something between the two maybe. But that does perhaps mean that we can bring that in a bit. So if that were a hard edge there, I'm trying to kind of work with the geometry that we've already got. So we already know that the wall is segmented that amount. So if we kind of work with that, then we're not overlapping existing geometry too badly. Mean that that would be the angle. So we wouldn't need that. That gives us more of this face. So that geometry all lines up there. So even though they're all separate pieces, like they do actually align, which means we can do the curve on this edge without having to overlap anything too severely. Fortunately, there's a flat face there, so we can just redo this bit of geometry without having to touch that too much. Although, to be honest, that does need some attention. It's a bit messy. I'm sure there will be if there isn't already. Yeah, so interestingly, it's quite a lot more offset than I would have liked, but I guess it just adds a bit more detail to that end of the bridge. It's a shame we can't move it over just a little bit more. Yeah, because any further rotation on that curve is definitely going to break through this wall, and that's just not what we want. Let's just get rid of that face a minute so we can extrude this one down. Yeah, the window would be quite the tunnel because it has to go like from here basically all the way through this geometry, so it would be a significant tunnel. Not impossible, but yeah. At some point, Anasi, yes, but I'm not going to get into that before putting the demo build out, because it's going to be a significant overhaul of the bridge to take out this horizontal beam. Ultimately, yes, I do want to, but it's about timing. There's so much we need to get done for early access. Removing the beam is kind of very low on the priority list. We want to focus on new stuff, not rehashing old stuff as much as possible. In fact, the only reason I'm redoing the bridge floor is so that we can align all this properly, and because that needs doing for gameplay reasons. But yeah, gameplay is very much the goal for 2026. So if we take, let's grab that, and that. Just extrude them down in line with the other one. That probably wasn't all the way, but never mind. Let's just drag that down to the bottom a minute. What's going on there? Fix that in a minute. Okay, so it means the alcove will be essentially that. We've got room enough on this one for our electrical hardware, and the cavity that'll be here, that's where the electrical hardware can come up through the wall. Although remember, we've also got this cavity on the outside as well for utilities. So I'll probably have them come up in the pillars here, or to be honest, even this pillar, and route that around. Yeah, if it's gameplay related, yes. So I'm going to try and steer clear of aesthetic polish, because we've got so much gameplay stuff that needs to be added. So if there are parts of the ship which need redoing to support the gameplay we're adding, then yes, we'll do it. So things like the flooring in the bridge being all one solid piece is no good for the gameplay, because we need those individual pieces to be damageable and to have health values, so that all needs splitting up for the gameplay side of things. But like the beam across the bridge windows, other than being always in the way, it's not necessarily preventing us from adding gameplay, so it's not something we'll be touching anytime soon. Yeah, the flooring in the VIP lounge, yes, that all needs segmenting. So again, it can be pulled up and damaged and such. Same with the wall panels. Yeah, and all the rest of it's going to be just adding the rooms that we need. So we're going to need the probe room reasonably soon. We're going to need all the science labs reasonably soon. I think one of the first proper bits of gameplay will be the comm system and the ability to bring up stuff from planetary surfaces to do science on them. So all the rooms and areas that support those activities need to be developed and added. And as we build the engineering systems in support of sublight and that sort of thing, we're going to need those engineering stations on the bridge. And we can't really flesh out the FTL system either, because again, we need those engineering systems on the bridge, so you can do things like configure the reactor for FTL rather than just having it on 100% the whole time, which is wasting fuel and generally not the intended purpose for it. So again, we need those alcoves done because we need to add the engineering screens. So it's always cause and effect. And I'm really excited about the engineering holo display with all the different ship systems flashing away depending on their state. That excites me. I think what I'm going to do with this is I'm probably going to chop that off there and redo the geometry a bit to the denser denser number of faces, so that we've got kind of more to work with. So which means that and that, which I assume are both the same component, mirrored. Yeah, so if we make those unique, then we'll just chop off those bits. Oh. Or not, apparently. That all needs sorting out. Okay. I'll sort that out, then chop it off. Never say never to whiskey dispensers. So again, what do we have here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, so I think lining the screens up with the midpoint in this group makes sense. I am debating making that not quite so severe of a cut in, although it does open it up a bit. Yeah, medical's coming. So in terms of departments, I mean, so by the end of this year, we want gameplay implemented for every single department aboard the ship, medical included, cooking included as well. We want some chef gameplay as well. So the goal for this year is to spend a little bit of time on each system, maybe a month on each, just to get them in. There are, how many departments do we have? So we've got command, engineering, tactical, medical, science, deck, and stewards. So that's 7 departments. So if we were to focus on one department per month, then that's 7 months worth of just working on those bits of gameplay. And that gives us the whole rest of the year to then flesh those things out and polish them up for early access in Christmas. That's kind of just that's the master plan for this year, is to implement some gameplay for every single department, and come Christmas we should have our full vertical slice implemented. It might not be polished, it might not be finished, but at least we've got something for everything, and that's a good starting point in terms of just iterating on that and making it betterer. I hope so. I guess, you know, the biggest point really is that the scope of the game has always been a bit wishy-washy. So we've always stated what we want the game to be, but there's never been a huge amount of elaboration on that in terms of the specifics for each department. So, you know, at a high level, we've got that pretty much sussed, but it's all those nitty-gritty details that we need to really iron out, and it's difficult to get to those nitty-gritty details unless you've got those systems there that you can start playtesting, because again, you know, nothing survives playtesting. So once you start actually using those systems in anger, then you realize where the flaws in those ideas lie. So we need to get to that point, and we need to demonstrate that the scope of the game isn't as big and scary as it might sound on paper, because really it's just a series of mini games that are all bolted together in sort of one cohesive package. So like the cooking gameplay is really an isolated mini cooking game, and it doesn't really affect anything else other than itself. And the same will be true for, you know, for science and medical. Really, they're all kind of isolated experiences that all exist in the same environment. So scope-wise, it's just about tying those together. So hopefully by the end of this year, we can demonstrate that the scope, as we've planned it, is done at a very basic level. So now there's nothing else that needs adding for that scope. From that point, it's just about polishing what's there. That's the plan, anyway. We'll add it to the Magellan anyway while we're going. Yeah, and I do appreciate you guys breaking stuff, because the more you break it, the more we get to make it more robust. A system which is constantly being broken is one that's, you know, constantly being polished. Still too many faces. Let's go with 8. That's still too many. Let's go with 6. That's better. Basically, AJ, yeah. So right now, we're very much still in pre-alpha. We can't call it a full alpha because we don't have all the gameplay that we want to add. Once all that gameplay is there, then I'd be comfortable saying, right, we're in alpha. And once we're comfortable in saying that, we're also comfortable in going to early access, because I don't want to go to early access until we've got that vertical sliced so we can show to people, right, this is the game, here it is in its really most basic form. We're now going to spend the next 1 to 2 years in early access fleshing all this out and making it something special. But we need to get to that point. We need to get to the point where we can say, right, that's everything, that's the game. And yeah, it's only up from here, basically. Yeah, if you come across something which doesn't look right, then it's probably not. So yeah, feel free to let me know. Why are all of these segments a different length? That just makes no sense. Right, so 33.215, 33.215, 33.215. And again, 33.211. Why is that different? So 33.125, 33.3. So let's join them together. Actually, if we measure from there to there, 198,979. 198,979. Right, so those are both accurate. So what I might do is just redraw that arc across there, just so that the pieces are lined up. Otherwise, I'm going to be measuring against the vertices, and I'm going to be off slightly. So I guess on that note, let's just check that. Oops. 200,576. 200,576. Right, yeah. So if I merge that, and that just cleans that up a bit, then we know that's definitely the middle. So we can draw our midline from there, so we know that's definitely where the middle is. Hey, serious? Yes, James. So yeah, so I meant more on like a programming perspective. So from the code base side of things, the like the cooking gameplay is fully isolated. It's it's absolutely like insular. It doesn't affect anything else outside of it. The same for the other departments. Their systems and their tools should be very much modular to that department. But yes, if food supplies are running low, if the ship is having to use some kind of emergency rations, or just the quality of the food is bad, then yes, that will affect crew morale, and they will operate less efficiently as a result. Same with the medical department. If the crew is injured, if their mental health is poor, if the medical department is not able to keep up with the crew's needs, then again the crew is going to start underperforming. So the systems are going to work with each other organically, I guess, via the crew members. The crew members are like the glue that kind of join it all together. Evening, Welper. Tonight we are working on the bridge alcoves and kind of getting them a little bit more looking like they're finished. And also we'll segment this carpet more. Well, we'll segment it in actual fact, because it's not segmented right now. It's one solid chunk, which is no good for the gameplay we need. So we'll once we've worked out exactly what we're doing with the alcove, then we'll start cutting carpet strips out of it, put in our usual bolt holes and that sort of thing. So then, with all that said, so in terms of our lining all this up, we're lining it up with the middle of that segment, which actually kind of works because it leaves us with room to breathe around there. It would be nicer to move it over a bit further, but then we're protruding into the wall and bad things happen. I say that, let's just see how badly. So if we were to move that to say there, so it's a bit more central. So that's, that would be my preferred place to have it. So it's lined up exactly in the middle of this space. Yeah, and then that's going to protrude through way more than we have space for. Let's get rid of that back bit a minute, because that's not needed now. Yeah, if we turn on our bridge framework, see, it will just about fit on the inside, like just about. It does break the rules a little bit. So the rules that I have imposed upon myself from an engineering perspective is that there should be, at minimum, a 40 centimeter cavity between walls, and where possible, at least 50 centimeters around the outside of the ship. So that's what this cavity is here. So there's the room, there's the cavity above the room, and that cavity comes down through the wall to the window frame and below the window frame. So that cavity is always there for wherever we need to route through it. If I were to move the stations inward, then the rule states that this cavity must be maintained, and we are going to eat into that cavity by this much. We're not protruding in the outer hull, but we are making, I suppose, a weak spot on the ship. So there's no buffer between the outer skin and the inner skin. question is, how much do we care? I mean, it breaks the design rules, but ultimately, if it looks nicer, I think we might let that one slide. Does mean we'd have more of a gap each side. How does that? Yeah, thank you, Danger Bells. I do try and be strict with the design rules, and I think that works as well. If you have a set of design standards and you stick to those design standards, then everything's a lot more predictable. It's a lot more consistent, and everything kind of works in the long run. If you start breaking your own rules, then things kind of fall apart a bit. But I think, for the sake of not having an offset alcove, I think we might stretch the rules here. Plus, actually, if I round off the top, then actually we can limit the amount that sticks through. But we shall see. Yeah, okay, so that's our back wall, essentially. The actual framework piece. The paneling obviously has that 5 centimeter gap, because that's where the framework supports would go. So the actual screens would be 5 centimeters, which is the equivalent to 2 inches proud of the framework. That's not the attitude. We have to build it as if it was the real thing. Yeah, heresy. I feel a lot more comfortable having it in the middle from a design perspective, because it means each side is then equal on that side and that side. We've still got plenty of room for the engineering controls there, although we could just put them there at that point, to be honest. And then we've got the same on the other side mirrored, so again there's more than enough room to fit a weapons locker into that space, or indeed this space. There's probably more room, to be fair, on this side that we can utilize. It'd be nice to have some additional screens on here. One thing the bridge lacks, and this is that whole sci-fi balance. So everything we put on the ship, every UI screen, has to have some kind of actual purpose, some kind of actual genuine readout that's telling you something useful. So what we don't want is just, here's a pretty UI screen with some pretty graphics on it that don't actually mean or do anything. We don't want that ever in the game. So if we're going to put a UI screen on a wall, it needs to serve some kind of purpose. So we could put some screens like on these back walls here and in this space, just to make the bridge look a bit more sci-fi, if we can find something to put on them. I suppose you could have like a Master Systems display or something that just shows like an outline of the ship and blinkies. I'll have a think on that. That's true. Yeah, we could have some rotor stuff, just some useful stats. There could be, there's probably a multitude of things we could stick on a screen. Yeah, I like the idea of having a ship spec screen that just shows some, just like a high level overview of the ship, the condition of things, fuel levels, that sort of thing. Just something that you can just take a quick look at. Yeah, something like that. Hey guys, thanks for joining. Just to refresh all the people joining, we are doing the bridge alcoves properly. I say properly, doing them better than they were, and sorting out like the carpet segmentation around them. So we're making the UIs curved and the console curved to make it fit in nicer than it was. I'll probably make the actual data keypad either multiple screens that are slightly offset from one another, or just make that rectangular, because I don't want to make like a banana shaped keyboard, because that would look weird. Ah, I already answered that, Anassi. Got there just before you. Yeah, I like the idea of just having some random ships displays. Just like a schematic of the vessel, various bits of data popping up. It's a little bit unnecessary, but not so much that it breaks my rules. Sometimes you do have to go with the rule of cool. Let's just measure that again a sec. So it wasn't quite lined up with the actual middle, and that's never a good thing. Crossing up, lining up. They're nowhere near each other. Okay, good. So that's 1.5 exactly, which means from there to there should also be, yeah. Great, so that's perfectly aligned. We'll delete that one and move that one over. So there's our screen locations. So that obviously needs to come forward now to form this face as we go round. But I guess before we do that, I guess we need to join this up to the main bit of framework. Definitely going to have more cavity behind there now. So I think, yeah, we've kind of eaten up all the cavity on this side now. So we'll have to have the engineering power breaker box there, because we've got all this room behind it for all the gubbins that it will need. And the same with the weapons locker. We'll have to have the weapons locker on this side, again, because the amount of space behind it. So where we've got internal security and environmental control, we're going to have to swap them around again back to where they were originally. So internal security will go on this side because the weapons locker will be on this side, and environmental control will go on this side, with the window controls, which they're next to, which is handy. I've got a box of mugs on the floor next to me here, Delta. They're only prototypes, but we do have some. Maybe we can send a few out. The map screens that we'll have around the ship, they're going to contain information about what's going on right now as well. So things like what speed the ship is going, what the heading is, what area of space the ship's currently in. So you'll be able to see that information on any of the public screens around the ship, which I thought would be quite cool. Actually, if we take them out of that group, because they're not entirely relevant, take that can go. Right, so if we grab our framework, pop that in there. We'll have to move this all up out the way somewhere so that we can work on it in isolation without that happening. So that can go. Right, now we can see what we're doing. So there's the alcove as it stands right now in the game, which is kind of a weird shape. So we're moving to that instead. So the old one can go. So we need to join all this up basically and sort out what we're doing with this edge. So that's, yes, that's our ceiling limit. So that will just need extending to that bit of framework like that. Same on this side, so that will join into there. Before I do that, leave that a minute. I copy that, paste it into there, then on this side I can take it out and do that. Now we've got a mirrored copy. Okay, so this shows you what we're actually dealing with in terms of our like wall cavity. So there's a lot of wall cavity behind here on each side. So this bit's perfect for all the engineering stuff that needs to come up. So so the breaker box can go on there, and we'll have that inset into the wall, so that will come up like there, and the electrical cables can all come up here. And on this side we'll have the weapons locker, which extends into there, and then maybe have the bridge oxygen and everything, and scrubbers and stuff on this side, just so that they are there when needed. So I don't mind some cavities like we've got here. They're kind of inevitable, but sometimes if the cavity gets too big, it becomes a bit of wasted space. Yeah, it's true actually. Claire buys all my t-shirts. She has a good taste in funny t-shirts. Yeah, this bit here is it's only really a concern with the screens, because the screens are going. Bearing in mind we're looking at this upside down, the screens are going to be here, so that will protrude with the screen. So I think what I'll do is, oh, actually, what I don't need is this interior wall. So this interior skin here really only exists to create the wall cavity. But if that's already a wall cavity, we don't need this bit. So this is the wall cavity. So we can actually, on this bit, that can come all the way across and join up with this. Yeah, so that actually is a bit irrelevant there. I can go. And that just needs to come across from wherever that terminates. There. Still connected somewhere. Oh, I see. Yeah, so if we flatten that off. I see what's going on there. It's not coplanar. That doesn't help. There you go. Let's put back in. So now that's coplanar, and we can extrude it wherever we want. So we just pull that out there for a minute. So again, the design rules for the ship is that we need to maintain a 50 centimeter cavity on all exterior skins. So that's what we've got here, and that's what we've got here. So in this bit, it's obviously exceeding that by quite some margin. And then here we only have a cavity of about 2.5 inches. So yeah, we're breaking that rule quite hard just about there. But vertically, we are still maintaining that up to that point. What I might do is maybe have an additional diagonal skin coming across here that just connects to this one. It's alright, it's not the end of the world. So before I do the extrusion on that, I'm going to redo this curve because some of these segments are not of equal length, which is suboptimal. So I do autosave to do its autosaving. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So we've got 12 faces along the back there. Tidy up any little bits that are hanging over. Right, so if we align that with that, and then we'll just draw an arc of 12 segments, which should be perfectly equal all the way across. And we can just extrude that down to there. Each one of these edges is the same size. We just needed to make sure that we made it nice and consistent. Although saying that, I think we've got like ever so, oh yeah, it's like ever so slightly off at that end. How much is it off by? It's so small that the camera can't even like lock onto it. Yeah, considerably less than 1 millimeter. Oh, there we go. Yeah, 0.007 of a millimeter off. I think we can probably accept that margin of error. Let's just explode that curve a minute. Can join those together like that. There we go. Now you can't get closer because the camera starts clipping as you get close to things. Although it seems to be better than usual. But yeah, you can see there that the camera clips. So as you move the camera, you lose sight of stuff. The way SketchUp works is the bigger the area taken up by the entire model, the less you can zoom into something. If I moved a tiny piece of geometry, like way over here somewhere, then I couldn't zoom in on anything smaller than like a meter. I think it's, in order to solve like the floating point issue, it scales it in some way. I don't know the precise reason, but it's something like that. Yeah, I might be able to do some kind of curved top, which will make that a bit nicer. I mean, there is actually a curved top on the wall anyway. So if you look at that, so the wall does have a curve to it. So I can curve that around. So rather than having a straight edge along here, we can curve that like that. And yes, that would create more of a cavity, lessen the design rules breakage. What am I stuck in? In fact, if I join some of those bits together, we can do that. Yeah, actually, if I take... That has given me an idea. If I take just that solid face as is, copy that onto there, and we can copy that one up out of the way a minute. So yeah, so we then take that edge. I just need to break that a minute so that it will select it properly. Right, just that edge. If we weld that like so. Oops. I can now select that whole edge in isolation, and hopefully, well, it's not going to let us do it. Right, so if I then, because it's going to be a pain about it, if we do 90 degrees there and just chop that off, like that. Then we do the same on this side. So 90 degrees, chop that bit off. Right, so now we've just got an isolated edge. Then we should be able to curve it, there we go, like that. So the question then becomes, how big of a curve? Obviously we want to match what's there as closely as possible. I guess if we take that to there, so at the moment that's 20 centimeters, but we want slightly bigger than that because we've got that that 5 centimeter cavity to the wall. So that would make it 24.3. Or if we're doing like super accurate, 24.304. Right. 24.304. So that rounds it off like that, and that's good. It only just fits on the corners. So what we're actually doing is rounding the framework that would go into there. So we'd have to reconcile that a little bit. Was that not a component? Did I not make that a component? No, of course I didn't. Alright, let's make this a component then. Let's get rid of those ones a minute. So just overlaying these on top of each other like that. That improves the overall issue. So it was about, I think it was 5.8 centimeters before. It's now 12.3 centimeters. What's that, like 5 inches? It's better. It's better than it was. But it is only that little corner. So the rest of it is actually over spec. It's just that tiny little corner that's not. It's like, that's the Magellan's weak spot right there, that little corner. So obviously we'll have structural beams radially on this as well, which I suppose means that, yeah, so this one needs to go vertically all the way down, so that really shouldn't be stopping where it is. And then this one here, what is that exactly? So that's all of that. And that hooks up badly to that. Let's delete that a minute. Oh, not yet actually, because we need to mirror that one on the other side. Right. Then we can see what we're actually working with. So the cavity is actually all of that space, including the gap underneath. So yeah, so we need some radial support beams that are essentially there, there, there. Inconveniently, they line up with the curves. That's never useful. Yeah, so these bits actually need to go all the way down to there. They need to meet that, because they are actually the support beams. So I don't know why I stopped there, to be fair. What was I thinking? And why aren't they complete? It strikes me as one of those trying to save every last polygon before nanite was a thing moments. So that whole thing can come down to there. That sorts out that. And then the same on this side. Yeah, so that whole face is dragging down all the way to there. And that bit needs cleaning up. Right. And then where we've got our ceiling bit here, we just need to cap that off there as well. Right, let's make a beam a minute. Oh, actually, before we do that even, let's actually make that a proper skin, because it's not right now. Quite simply, that needs to be 1 inch thick. Okay, and then we'll cut that to fit once we're done. Yeah, so there we go. So that is the alcove section on both sides. I guess we'll do the same with this bit around here. We'll just round off the top like that, because that is directly in keeping with the actual wall paneling that goes in front of it. I suppose we should have rounded off this bit too, but and it's fine, not needed. So the wall panel, yeah, hang on, remind myself what that looks like now. In fact, why don't I grab one rather than keep scrolling up. Yeah, so the panel is rounded off on those corners. That's fine, that can stay as is. It matters not really. The important thing is that that curve kind of fits that curve. So those two curves there are now aligned. So when we put our like 5 centimeter bracing around there, it kind of fits in that cavity. It's a really awkward place to put it. But I've put it in probably the worst place. Because we need a bracket like this with like the lugs for the screw holes, and I've gone ahead and placed it right on this curve like some kind of moron. There's that middle bit gone. There it is. yeah, so the actual radial support beam cuts through exactly like that. So I think what I'll have to do, because that's going to have to curve around there now, I might just stick a diagonal one on there with the lugs themselves kind of curved to fit. Yeah, I'm gonna have to. Annoying but unavoidable. That wasn't 15 degrees. 15 times 2. Yeah, so that's going to be the framework behind the consoles. So this is where we basically segment the ship into box sections for structural support. Then each one of these will cut to fit as needed. Why is there a line down the middle? Yeah, so we'll chop that on there. Actually, I might cut them further in because they need to fill this cavity here and here, in fact. Yeah, at some point I need to join this top bit on, because right now it's kind of, there's an extra bit of metal here that need not be here. So that chops through there. That one drops through there. And that one drops through there. And in testament to our measuring skills, they line up perfectly on that little bit of bracket there, so hurrah for that. In fact, we can probably make that bracket go all the way around and take up that whole space, and the same here as well, which means for the paneling, yeah, we'll have one section of paneling per bridge station, which would be quite good. Right, intersect that with the model. And that one. And that one. Just component these up so I can work on them outside of there. So really it's only that face that we need, and we can cut out the rest. Just need to kind of sanitize the bits we're missing. Yeah, so hasn't picked up on this bit, so we'll just pull that out. Actually, no, it's not. About right. So delete everything, paste that bit back, make it the right width. Oh, I forgot to turn notifications off on Discord. And it was Claire, so everyone can blame Claire. Claire, I can't believe you just pinged the entire stream. Okay, that's one bracket done. And that should now just sit in there quite happily. No bits sticking out. And should fit in the gap all perfect like. That makes it even worse. That one's done. Next. Well, that's annoying. Now we play the how much work did we just lose game. I'm choosing to believe it crashed because Claire pinged me when she didn't mean to. Oh, I don't know. You pinged me and then it crashed. I mean, that sounds connected to me. Oh wow, that was quite a far back. Fortunately, I can remember how big that was. Oh, that was ages ago, actually. Right, so we want to take that face, pop it on that one, make sure that is a component, and copy that up there. This will go a lot quicker now because we did all our thinking last time round. 90. Chop. 90. And chop. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. rid of everything that shouldn't be there. Get rid of literally everything that shouldn't be there. Luckily we've got the same settings there already, so we can pop that back in. We'll go ahead and extrude that. Okay, that's that one done. So we need to delete that one, copy that one, paste onto that, copy that, delete that, paste that, delete that. Right, that gets us back to there. Make that easier by doing it like that. And the same on this side. Let's pop that down to there. Okay, that's them sorted. I don't need to save because it auto saves, just not when you want it to. I find it's always much quicker redoing something than it is to do something in the first place. So, hang on, was that 45 degrees? Yeah. And then it was 15 degrees twice. See, we're already almost back where we were. I know. Yeah, all that hard work, and Claire just takes it away. Okay, component these up. Right, so for each one we want to intersect with model. Okay, and then we can loft them upward and chop out our shapes again. Although, given that it did crash last time, I will do a cheeky little save, just in case. Okay, so that one's done again. Okay. Yeah, so for these bits here, we're really not wasting a lot of space. And cavity-wise, you can't really fit anything in there. It really is just this bit. Okay. Oh, I did that the wrong way. It's supposed to go that way. Or was I? Yeah. Just trying to think now. No, it should have been the other way. Should have been this side I was doing. Because I need to extrude in the other direction, and this side is slightly bigger. Oh, Max, thank you. Very much appreciated. That makes the crash feel all the better. Right, that's better. It's in the right place now. Right, so what we can do for these ones is normally I'll go on with a bit of a 30 centimeter lightning hole like that, the framework pieces. And then we just round those off. On that side, probably just bring it straight down. So they would be rounded at some point as well. Won't do it yet. And then we do similar on this one. Except on this one we've also got a middle bit as well. Something like that. And we'd round off these bits as well. I was going to leave them, but I thought, wow, they're here, I may as well. This one's going to be a bit awkward because of the shape. Yeah. Just a bit of geometry cleanup to do. Actually, I think what I'll do, rather than mess with that, that's such a small little bit, I'll just take that out. And then we won't have that problem. because I know that will end badly otherwise. Right, there we go. Framework. I feel that this one needs more, but that'll do for now. And that basically aligns with our bracket and bracing direction as well. So they're all kind of lined up on the same radial pattern. I don't know why that's there, to be fair. It shouldn't be there. Right. Yeah, and then save it. Hang on, let's move these into that group so they're on both sides. Now we can save it. Okay, saved. Exactly, Christopher, exactly that. What's the best way to do this? Right, so I will I will join up these little support pieces with the one that goes around there. Just make it a consistent framework all the way around. That should be 5 centimeters long, which it is. So all that needs to be made into proper bracketing with them on it, rather than these horrible old ones. So that one is changing. And I suppose these need bringing. So I did get rid of the 2 and make it a 1, maybe, because that's where the beam's going. Yeah, maybe. I'll think on that one. But no, I think I think we have our alcoves. Oh yes, I need to do that bit across there. Cut the holes through for the electrical hardware on this side and the weapons locker on this side. Right, let's grab that bit of geometry that we had before. Yoink. So basically what we need to do, and again I've made this hilariously difficult for myself by deciding to put the join right on a curve, right where we don't want them. Lined up there. Yeah, so I need to at some point extend this. I need to make that less low poly, extend that down a bit so that the join's in the middle of this beam rather than halfway along it, and eventually this beam across here will be gone, so that will be one large expanse of glass, except it will have a lattice work of smaller, probably black beams, just holding the lattice work of glass together, depending on what it looks like and how it feels. Worst case scenario, we just make the beam smaller. But yeah, we'll see what we do with that. Right, so now what we need to do, armed as we are with the framework, we need to put the paneling in, and then start building the screens and console, which I think I might have as a separate unit in front of this. So if we have the paneling just going around naturally anyway, yeah, then we'll have the screens on another piece of geometry, a bit like how I did the windows on the bookcases on B deck. Where's B deck gone? Who took B deck? Yeah, so like how we've got these bookcases that are, well, shelving units rather, they're embedded into this. So you've got two panels, which obviously this is too big for one single panel, but you can place the shelving unit in the middle of them. I'll do something like this. So we'll have two separate panels in the background, but we'll have a cutout on them maybe, where we're bolting in the actual unit which holds the screens, and it's got the little shelves in it and the bit that sticks out for the keyboards and such. So we'll go with that sort of arrangement. Probably even go with the wood. Yeah, so if we were to do kind of transpose that onto here, then the wooden surround that the screens and everything are embedded into would kind of mirror, you know, the wood that we're using on the rest of the ship there. And we'll probably have rather than having separate screens like this, we'll have one solid screen that goes all the way across, and we'll embed these little cubby things exactly the same way as we have here. So the actual shiny black material goes all the way around it, and they're just kind of embedded in nicely like that. So we'll do the same thing in the middle here, and again it will come down naturally into where the keyboards are as well, and they'll have the whole thing as a combination of wood and white plastic, I think, around there. I don't want it to be like wood overload, but we'll see how it looks. And then we'll definitely have some kind of light fixture above them as well. To be honest, this might not be a bad time to export this and see what it actually looks like in Engine. Yeah, let's do exactly that. So we want models, Magellan Class, Ring 0, framework, bridge. Right, then we should see that magically change shape. I do much prefer it being centralized. That would really have bothered me if it was off center. Let me go upside down. so you can see the framework now in all its glory. See you, Danger Mouse. Have a good one. Right, yeah, so that all needs moving now. But yeah, I think that's a much nicer way of fitting them in there. See you, Danger Mouse. Have a good one. I think angling these entries was definitely the right decision there, because when you're like over here, I guess it's still quite sharp from that angle, but it's more open. It's less of like a cubby hole. Right, so this one was internal security, which we are now moving. So internal security is going to be around about there. And that one's going to move back over there. Kind of like that. Yeah, they just feel more a part of the bridge now. Oh yeah, and we've got some old stuff to delete. They can go right now if I don't want them. So that was protruding all the way into there. So that's where they were. So they can go. Yeah, and that's freed up this space here. But yeah, I think this is the perfect area to store all the oxygen tanks and CO2 scrubber fluid, that amine stuff can all be behind here to keep the bridge functioning in times of need. Or actually, probably better off to put it on the engineering side, because then what we can do is we can actually have some kind of maintenance access hatch in the bathroom that leads you into that cavity where all that stuff is stored. Yeah, I like that as an idea. Use the bathroom as the maintenance access. Right, so let's move these guys into their proper places. I'll sort out the carpet around them so that we've got, again, we'll have like a wooden base there, similar to how we've got the wooden base here. So we'll have the same kind of arrangement where you've got like a track that the chairs can slide on. Yeah, so we'll keep the visual consistency of having a wooden base, the white paneling, and then the wood, and we'll build that the same in here. So we'll have it probably fairly rectangular actually, and just have that wooden bit come out and just meet that curve there. And then the engineering bit can go back practically to where it was. So that can come over here. Obviously, again, we'll embed that into the wall itself, so we won't have it quite as, it won't be like a large box, it will just be a screen that's in the paneling. I almost nailed the rotation. Right, that can live there. Yeah, then visually, because if we're trying to keep the thing balanced visually, obviously weapons locker there, so there's going to be something there with lights on it. There'll be something there with lights on it, and then if we've got nothing there, maybe there, and then potentially we'll have something either side of the door. I shall have a look. We could maybe have like a top view of the ship with some stats, and then like a side view of the ship with some stats. Okay. Right, and then the other thing we need to do. See, these lights need moving. This will all be done nicely once we've got the actual geometry in there. We'll have the lights modelled to fit that. Yeah, I think my main concern with those, the alcove consoles, was I didn't want them to feel too disconnected from the bridge. Obviously, everyone in the bridge pit area, they're all relatively close together, and they're all looking at each other. So it's kind of there's a lot of teamwork going on in this space. Whereas, like these guys over here are not they're not party to this in the same way that the Helms guys kind of goes back to everyone. I mean, the Helm's unavoidable, really. He kind of needs to be at the front where he can see. But yeah, I think they're close enough and facing this way enough that they're not completely out of the conversation. Again, I think having this angled bit here helps as well, because you're not putting up so much of a physical barrier. It's more open. Well, what the captain's chair can do is the holo display controls are on this screen, so you'll be able to select any of the bridge stations on here, and then the holo display will switch to whatever bridge station you're interested in. So whilst like all the engineering information will be on these screens, if you switch to engineering on the holo display, then you'll get that same information but in 3D on here, in the same way that the sensors doesn't need the holo display to work. All the information's there on the screen, but if the holo display is linked to it, then you get the same information in 3D. So that's basically how all these stations are going to work. The holo display is a 3D representation of whatever's on the UI at the time. So the captain can just sit in his chair and just go through the different bridge stations and just get the information he needs just at a touch of a button. And then if he needs something specific, once he's on engineering mode, he can just shout across to the engineering guy, show me this or switch to that system, and then it will update the holo display accordingly. Teamwork. Yeah, what AJ just said. Right, so there should be some consoles now that we've embedded into the wall. Would help if I did that on the outliner. So propulsion, power, environmental control, and internal security. All of them will be set to render 1 by 1 pixels, although I don't know why I'm having to click on them separately, because they should all have the same default stuffs. Right, so they will be approximately around about there. And again, those are going to be curved screens that will be on the overall curved background. And I think they will have to be ever so slightly closer together. Probably something like that. And this chair needs to move over a bit. Something not unlike that. And then the same on this side. Move it over a bit, turn it round a bit, pull it out a bit. Actually, these two need swapping over, don't they? So we'll do that too while we're here. I'll be able to place these again precisely once we've got the geometry in there. Right, okay, so that's them in place. Oh, and also we need the window controls, don't we? Window overlay. It's because we don't have the bridge interior. Or we do. Where is it hiding? Should be on that little block. Okay, so we move that first. I've added this little block to see behind the UI panel for now because it's difficult to see otherwise with both screens being transparent. A little bit awkward. So we're just going to poke that out a little bit. And then the window controls, which are hiding over there, be moved over there. Oh, of course, they need to not render at 1 by 1 pixel. So just remember that. Copy that. So minus 119.34. Paste that in there. Minus 119.34. There we go. And save. Right. So that just makes sure that those controls are usable for the time being. Right, so that's everything placed where it needs to go. So I suppose the next step in this now, kind of know where we're segmenting the carpet. So if we're doing a cut there, that means there's going to be a cut there. So that's in line with that really awkwardly placed curve. So I'll probably make all of this back bit one piece, maybe. Why don't we just draw it all the way through? I guess it's easier just to go all the way through. So we'll have a join in the carpet that also lines up with the awkward curve. And then yeah, cut there, some awkwardness there, and there, and there. Part of me is tempted to have that carpet maybe come out a little bit where the wood is, just for a bit of just to kind of bring the design here more into the room, just by just opening it up a little bit in the floor, so that this isn't necessarily a smooth circle all the way around. Like, I guess like how I've done it there. So it comes out a bit where the beam is, so it will be sort of consistent with the design language to also come out there where that is, and then we can bring the wooden base out a bit further, and then we can use some of this darker carpet on the wood as like a footresty type thing. Maybe the same here actually. We'll have some little carpeted pads, just as somewhere to rest your feet rather than on the wood. Maybe even slightly raised, like a slightly raised triangular carpety bit just to rest your feet on. You know, health and safety and all that. Right, it's a slightly more bridgey looking bridge. Okay, save all of that. Right, yeah, I guess the next thing to do with this then is if we sort out the back paneling, then we kind of know what room we've got for the actual the alcove furniture, as it were. So looking at the profile that we've got here, I don't like how low poly this is, but I'm going to keep that for now until we extend this bit down a bit to kind of equalize it. I will keep that for now, but I will need to kind of re-extrude that path for that shape. Because it's not adhering to the curve there. So I suppose, actually, on that note, and again, I'm hoping this is still a separate component. If we do that, I suppose I don't need to do that necessarily. I could just fix this edge. Basically, I need to turn this into a template so that we can make the wall panels with it. So we've got this edge here. So that's part 1 of our template. And I will need to chop off this bit of this one because this one's going to have to end on a curve. Yeah, because whilst the support geometry is going to go around like that, and I'll keep that facing straight, the panel is going to have to be cut at a diagonal slightly, and we're going to have to do some curved bracketing around there. It's going to be awkward, basically. There's no two ways about it. It's going to be awkward, but hopefully not insurmountably so. Alright, so that's that. So we'll paste that one there. Make sure that they align, which they do. Make sure I've got all of it, which I have. Again, make sure I've got all of it. Group those up together. Make these separate as well. So that should be 0.5 and then 2, and that should be, one moment, autosave. That should also be 2, so 2.5, right, so then the extra 1 there. Yeah. Makes sense. So I think that bit does need to be ever so slightly wider. Otherwise, when we round it off, it will have errors. Yeah, because I'm sure I use a 1 centimeter bevel on that. It's also missing the little rubber bit that goes between them. These are all just details. Just make sure there's no messy faces like them. so basically we've got a bunch of not coplanar geometry on that, so I think what I'm going to do is just not bother with it because it's going to be too much to fix, and instead we will extrude from there. So if we select that edge and bring that out at 0.5, then we can recreate that bit of geometry without all the errors. And then group it back up. Now it is coplanar, as what we want. Right. Let's make sure I've got the right measurement there. Yeah, 0.5. Okay, so we can take our template, pop that over here, right, so a couple of things we need to do. First of all, we need to know how far outside of paneling we need to go. So we know, generally speaking, that is 5 centimeters. So we just need to draw a line across to there. It's kind of our guideline. Wait a minute. So 5 centimeters that way. That's where the edge of the wall actually starts. And then we'll just double check our alignment, just so we're facing exactly towards the middle. So that's where we'll draw the paneling from. Another point here is that obviously this one is coming out further, so we'll probably have to do this in 2 lots, because we've got this top piece gets narrower as it goes down. So we'll do the bottom curve and follow the path around there, and then we'll just do that other bit around there. So it would help us if we had proper axes at our disposal. Can't talk, it's getting late. Right, so align that there. So if we explode that and regroup it, and then explode that and regroup it, and explode that and regroup it, and all of those are now aligned to the same set of axes, which means we can more easily now just move that along there, kind of just align that to that. And then the same with this one. We'll align it to the other one. So that goes onto there. And this one is more awkward because you don't quite know what the separation is going to be. I'm going to leave it obviously far away so I don't kind of forget to do that. But yeah, that needs positioning precisely. And then in the middle, we will just make a break so that we can extrude one side without affecting the other. Right, I can do that bit separately then. So next we need our path to follow. So I'll do one side and then mirror it. So if we grab that edge, that's our path. Starting from there. So we don't need any of that side. So as we normally do with wall panels, we need to just leave a bit of horizontally positioned gap between them so that they align perfectly. Otherwise what happens is the mesh is aligned to the path, so they'll both be coming in at an angle. So if you just give yourself a bit of gap there, and then you join that up like that, then what happens is, because you've got a straight bit, like a perpendicular bit on the end, the two ends of the panel join up nice and flush without any gaps or overlaps or anything nasty of that nature. May as well weld that while we're here. Right, piece number one. Okay, I need to stop that much shorter because it's overlapping with the other geometry. So if we just do it like there. It's fine. So obviously that gap's going to be filled in once we do the other side as well. Actually, speaking of the other side, let's make sure we move that right over there as well. So again, we'll do the back bit, do the front bit, and then we can fill in the middle because it's just flat. And then probably chop this off here and join it to that one because they should be pretty much overlapping. Okay, so we'll grab our path again and move that as well. Okay, so just stick it on that one. I not have the path? There we go. Paste. Yeah, same again. So I'll chop off the end bit and join it to this panel, and then we'll have to do that cut, that awkward cut in the middle there somewhere. And then the white bit. Okay, so yeah, what I'll do then is I will chop out, I'll keep the wooden backing going around, but I will chop out a pattern in here that is equal to the geometry that we're going to embed into that. So we'll leave a bit of white paneling at the front, embed the wood into there so it's standing proud of the white panel, and then have it loop round on the floor as well. It should look quite nice and integrated, which will be good. Good night, PSV, you're welcome. Thanks for joining the stream, always a pleasure to have you around. Let's get rid of that a minute. And then that edge is going to need joining up to that edge. It's probably going to be like a couple of millimeters off, like there, but it's probably close enough that it will definitely not be noticeable. Sure that bit is also they're all part of the same model. That's less than ideal. They'll need separating. But yeah, something like that. What I'm going to have to do with this is, and I've done this before in the main stairwell, is rather than coming out at an angle from there, because this needs to continue all the way down to here, so it has to be straight really. I'll cut it through there at an angle, and hopefully that won't look too bad. So on this side then, let's just colour that the right colour. Hey Seeker, how you doing? So we just move those in 0.5, and that's another reason to have that perpendicular edge, is it makes it easy at that point to then just extrude that. If it were on an angle, you can't as easily just grab it and move it, so it just makes my life easier doing it like that. Right, so they're ready for the join in. Right, so what we needed to know was how big was that gap? 1 centimetre. So basically we want to extend that edge by 1. So when we move that, oh hang on, that selected a whole bunch of stuff. Basically just lining up with the end of that. There we go. And now we know it's the right distance away. Right, so as far as our path is concerned, I guess we're sticking to the path we've got there, which this one's using. So if we grab I guess the edge of this again, so grab that, copy it up above it. May as well set our axes while we're at it. Right, so we'll have the same little perpendicular bit at the end. Just for sanity's sake. And then we can get on with our extruding. Right, so that's fine, that should just go around there and it should approximately line up with that one, which it does. Huzzah! Same with that one. And same with this one. And thanks to our lovely little edge, we can move that over. So that having been done, if we just component that up a minute. What's gone on there? I must have accidentally moved that when I was doing jiggery pokery. Hopefully it will actually just reattach. Not even a little bit. Right, okay, that's messed up. Hold up then. Oh, I see what I've done. pain to fix. On earth happened there? I must have accidentally just dragged that out of the way at some point. That's more like it. As always, yep. And up here, because it's easier to see, what we need to do then is join the two sides together, and they should hopefully join exactly if we measured it right. Almost. It's like, again, it's like mere fractions of a millimeter out, but it'll have to do. So get rid of those internal faces there. So height-wise, it should be the same. Oh, look, it's 0.001 of a centimeter out of alignment. It's probably easier if I just grab that, just align that to that, and then see if it's coplanar. Oops. There we go. the same. No, we're all good. Right, there we go. That's that bit done. Obviously, we haven't cut through this yet. Can you do that? I've never actually tried that. Oh, okay. Yeah, because I do end up with like these clipping issues. Oh, that's a really good tip. Thanks for that. Yeah, that's useful because a lot of the times, if I'm working with really, really tiny geometry, I do run into those issues. And when you're dealing with a model that's this big, you end up with all those floating point errors. And, havoc ensues. Absolutely. Yeah, I've been using SketchUp about 7 years now, give or take. No, a bit longer than that actually. Probably close to 9 years. And yeah, it's my go-to tool for general modeling. It does everything that I need it to, which is the main thing really. Yeah, if you can get what you need done quickly, then yeah, it's definitely the best tool. Obviously, I use a lot of plugins. Hello, autosave. Where were you earlier when I needed you? Oh, hang on, I've lost some face. Oh, I know I did. It's that whole thing when I spun the camera around and did a selection there. I actually deleted that face. As I tend to do from time to time. That's more like it. And just sort out that. Right, so there's our all panel piece. So basically that needs joining with that one, and we'll do our cut through there. Then once we've cut it, I'll round off all the edges, and then see about cutting out the shape we need there for the actual unit itself, which I guess needs to also include that. Actually, on that note, Actually, why don't we? If we join that to that, they're a component anyway, so that'll fill in the rest of the gap. And then we'll export that and see what it actually looks like in Engine. Because I'm interested to see. So where are we doing our cut? It was there. So chop that one across there. Blanks. Okay, what we'll do there is we'll just merge those vertices because they're a little bit on the small side. Right, and then the same with these bits. Chop that one. Fill in the blanks. Yeah, I literally just started off as a hobby, and you know, I was building the Enterprise refit in Minecraft. That's how I started all of this, and I just got more and more frustrated with the lack of detail that Minecraft offers. I wanted something where I could actually properly model, you know, the ship and its interior and all the stuff that it needed. Yeah, so I ended up switching to SketchUp for that. And never looked back, really. What went on there then? Ah, I see. I shall fix that in isolation, I think. I can't help. I tend to do that a lot actually as well. I'll be working on something and the camera will go whizzing off somewhere. I'll be like, okay, where's the thing I was doing? Curvy loft, where did you go? Actually, where did you go? Oh, there. Why do we have reversed face there? Right, better. Right, I can join those up now. So if we take that, plonk it on. Oh, is that? No, separate pieces. Plop that on there, like so. And for now, I won't join them quite yet. I'll just sort out these bits. So I'll leave the gap for now. Let's just get rid of that. Okay. I'll have a good one. Yeah, thanks for the advice. It was helpful. I do stream 3 times a week, but not always SketchUp. So yeah, always happy to have you along. Right, okay, so we've got ourselves a wall panel. If we just export that, I think just literally as is for now, just as a test item. Actually, I've already got that there. We'll borrow that one. Test meshes, that one. Yeah, so we'll replace that mesh with the one we just made, which is now somewhere else over there. Okay, so we want bridge parquet. Spell bridge properly, that helps. That needs needs to be corridor wall paint and corridor rubber. Make sure on the right level and draggeth it into the world. Okay, so wherever it is, it's in the wrong place. I imagine that's because I've got it inside a group. Oh, no. It's because it's all the way down there. Below where it should be. Actually, on that note then, if I should be able to just export it directly from there. Make life somewhat easier. Now it should be back where it should be. There we go. Come on, camera. There we go. Hurrah! Okay, so that's for the paneling in. Looks like it's in about the right place. Yeah, there's not a huge amount of wooden trim on the base of those, so I think it could definitely do with more wood. And yeah, and then that join will go down there in line with this one. And all that will be broken up by the actual unit that comes out there. Right, let's just get that one copied and rotated. It depends on the graphics settings really. Right now this is using Lumen, which is why it's doing like the GI and everything. We're using Megalights for the interior ship shadows. We're using virtual shadow maps for the star shadows. In fact, if I save all a moment, I'll have a quick look at what this looks like running an engine. Really doesn't like loading in the editor. It's one of the Unreal Engine's new features. So Megalights, I'm not sure exactly how it does it. I think it's virtualizing shadows in the same way it does with virtual shadow maps, but it uses hardware ray tracing to trace out the shadow probes. But it means that you can have practically an unlimited number of shadow casting movable lights within a scene without loss on performance. I have no idea why before. Oh, Right. Why is performance so rubbish, he says, realising that he's loaded it up twice because it's in multiplayer. Let's get rid of that multiplayer client. This should be smoother. Yeah, so this is using virtual shadow maps for the star, Lumen for all the GI, and then we're using megalites for the interior ship shadows, which gives us some nice shadow responses. Got all of that turned on. Do we have Lumen on? No, we don't. No, turn Lumen on. There we go. Yeah, there we go. Had it all turned down. Yes, so you see that you've got shadow casting from the sun, which is the hard shadows, and then these softer shadows are from the megalites. And like the railing shadow on the floor there is from megalites. So that's the shadows being cast from the lights up there. Right. Yeah, so I think I like the paneling. I like having it come at an angle like that. I think that's definitely what we'll go with. In terms of position, I don't think that's terrible. I mean, it's a straight line from the command chairs over, and I guess that's a good thing. Yeah, but I think it does need that separate unit in there to really kind of separate it out. But yeah, shape wise, I'm quite happy with that, to be honest. That all needs obviously rounding off through there. Yes. I'll, before I put the next build out, I'll make sure I sort these screens out so they're not behind the wall panels. Oh, cool. I think megalites were a 5.6 thing. Might have been 5.5, but my memory's telling me 5.6. But yeah, it's like this has hundreds and hundreds of shadow casting lights. In fact, if I zip downstairs a minute. Well, yeah, case in point, all of those lights on the stairs are casting shadows. Everything in this room is casting shadows, as you can see on the pool balls there. They will have multiple shadows on them. And like everything here, like all these lights are all casting shadows. So you get all these nice shadow responses from everything, which you wouldn't be able to do normally with movable lights. So with a movable light source, this amount of shadowing would absolutely just murder the GPU. So that's where megalites gives you that thing that you can't ordinarily do. Megalite shadows, if you look at her, can be smudgy if your frame rate's low, So I'm running in the editor at the moment, so I've got quite low frame rate. But if you look at the shadows from her feet, it's kind of smudgy, but as frame rate increases, that goes away. So if you're running at like 60 FPS, you barely notice it. It's just because mine's all laggy at the moment. You see the same from him, kind of the shadow is smearing behind him. And that's very much a Megalites thing. But again, it's frame rate dependent. But yeah. Thank you, Festus. But yeah, so there we go. We have progressed our bridge console significantly. All we need now is the actual unit itself with the screens and keyboards and things on it, and the proper UIs for those screens. And I think we can then call that job done, which would be nice. Yeah, and that aside, the only things I have to do now in terms of new stuff for the demo update is I need some kind of like wrist menu button thing. So I need to make like I won't make like a watch or anything, just like a little black thing that can go on the uniform that you press. That will open up the menu in 3D for VR. And we also need some way of doing the similar thing. So when you interact with an NPC, again, we need some kind of menu that pops up in VR. I'll have a look at radial menus to make these menus better, but you know, in terms of the menus, they're all right. Like if we have to go to demo update with these menus, I don't mind because they're not terrible. But yeah, but we'll see. We'll see whether I have time for the radial menus or not. But on that happy note, that's me done for the night. What day is it today? It's Wednesday, isn't it? So yeah, we'll have more random Friday fun on Friday. I'm not sure what we'll do on Friday. We did, yeah, probably more of the comms on Friday, in addition to having the comms generate an actual mission for the ship. So we managed to get to the point where it was generating the coordinates last time, but we'll actually have it raised as an actual objective, and we'll have a screen somewhere to display it. So yeah, there we go. So have a great rest of the week, everyone, and I shall see you on the Friday stream. Bye for now.